Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Gonna turn on some music here. Which song do I want to start with? All right. Well, welcome. I'm Jojo Byte. I'm working on this web wallet for the cryptocurrency called Dash, and it's coming along. It's getting close. Going to be presenting on it in a couple days here. So I've been trying to get it ready to actually be usable. So this wallet is based on this Figma here. I'm going to refresh it. It's been a while since I've refreshed it. So, oh, and it started there. Okay. This design is what we've been basing all the work on so far. Maybe not all the work. There's been other inspirations and, stuff. But so this wallet, you generate a phrase for the wallet. So you either generate one or you import an existing one. And once you've done that, we've got all of this built out. You get to a page like this. And on this page, you should have contacts. You should be able to add a new contact, and you should be able to send funds to contacts or to a Dash address, or request funds from a contact, or I suppose you could do a Dash address. So we've got most of the UI implemented here. We're missing this, so you can't click here. I'm not planning to implement these in the stage one. They're little, but honestly, all they do, well, at least from here, it looks like all they do is open the same thing here. And so at that point, I am planning to implement this, but just not add those icons essentially to the side. So what we're working on, and I was trying to get to this in the last stream, but just didn't work out, is getting the sending working. So if I put some funds inside of the wallet, I should be able to send it to one of the contacts, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So that's going to be the focus of this stream. I was working earlier and got a few commits out, and I'll actually, let's see. Well, I've got some unchanged things. Well, sorry, changes here. Uncommitted. That's the word I'm looking for. Uncommitted changes here, and they're very minor. This is just a fix for Firefox. So I might go ahead and add this right now. Okay, and I'll go ahead and push that. So the changes that I was working on earlier are these ones here. So most of it was QR code related, and Firefox fixes, but then I also got to doing some fixes for Safari or WebKit, and I'm actually not sure if they work yet. I'm gonna need someone with a iOS device, or I suppose a Mac just in general might be able to test it. But essentially, from what I was guessing, and I believe I talked about this in the last stream, is I suspect that the URL, this right here, I was looking at this in the last stream. This has been implemented in all browsers for a really long time. I think I looked at it interesting. Okay, that's actually interesting. I must have looked somewhere else. But this is saying earlier, calling the URL constructor with a base URL whose value was undefined causes Safari to throw a type error. I wasn't defining a base URL for these, but maybe that counted. Apparently it's fixed as of 2021, but it's been in there since 2012, 2015 in Edge, 2013 in Firefox. So this constructor's been around a while, but I suspect in Safari, it is not working for how I was using it, because I was using it to generate the dash share URL. And so I'm thinking if it's not an HTTP or HTTPS URL, it doesn't work correctly. So I basically dropped that. However, I am still using the URL search params function. Actually, this one, the constructor. And so I'm hoping this one works, because I am still using that to process some stuff. But essentially, I've gone over and changed how let's open it up. Gonna go in utils here. So this should be the changes that were made. This is a Firefox fix. The copy to clipboard was blowing up, and I'm not sure if maybe it was breaking in Safari as well, so that should fix it. We've got, oh, this is new. I figured I should just add it. Uh-oh, that's annoying. Oh, I hate when this happens. Like, I have settings for this. It should default, no matter what, to using spaces like everywhere else. And for some reason, this right here has tabs. I don't know why. That's irritating. In any case, fix to the clipboard. This opens, I'll show this off in a second, but it just makes the QR code, instead of clicking the copy function, now it will open the image, the QR, in a new window if you're having trouble scanning it. So it should help with that, which was another issue. Whoops, didn't mean to close that. So that's one of the things I worked on. Here we implement the Open Blob SVG. We fix some of the coloring of the QR and add padding. We wrap the QR, or the SVG of the QR, in a span just to give it a title if you hover over it. And we've added, or we've changed, so instead of a hidden input type, we've changed it to a read-only. So now it shows, and if for some reason copy isn't working, you can now click in the field and copy it manually. And then this class fixed another Firefox issue, because Firefox, at least the stable version of Firefox, does not implement the has query selector for CSS 3, and so some of the styles weren't getting applied right. So that's a fix for that. This handle click change, so this share aside thing limits these. So we take the share aside and then we say, hey, is the event target inside share aside? And if it is, then we process these other things. So that's how we do the set clipboard copy. And in here, we're just doing open blob SVG, and we're essentially testing. I might actually redo this because I don't like having doubles. Both of these are doing the exact same thing, just one's on the parent element and one's on the target itself, if it's an SVG. So I think I have an idea to simplify that, but it's not high priority right now. It's working, so I'm not overly concerned with fixing that right this second. QR, these are just very minor. They don't really change much. They were just annoyance factors. And then, so most of this is QR code and Firefox fixes. And then this is the Safari fixes. So we tweaked the share link. So we eliminated outputting it as a URL, which I'll show when I get into the generate share URI function there. And so I eliminated some commented out code. We implement the share aside here. Oh, I modified the share aside. So I realized I didn't like depending on app dialogues for that. So now we're using the state for it. And we make sure it exists for, you know, if for some reason this runs and the aside doesn't exist, we don't want it to break the code. We want it to kind of fail. And just keep going. Oh, and then I implemented this input. So if it's an input and you click in it, which is, I guess I don't have it up yet, but I'll show it in a moment. If you click in the field that contains the dash URI, that will select the entire text, so it's easier to copy. And then this is where most of the changes happened for this commit. So I added this. It's a new regex, so I'm using this in place of the URL. So instead of the new URL constructor, we're now using this regex. So we run the string through that, and if we get the matches we're expecting, we end up parsing things out. And so we can see this better. So I implement it here, I import it there, and then let's see. So this is what we modified the most. Parse dash URI instead of the new URL. It now runs through. This is a little unclear. I might just open up the file here. Okay, so this right here, that wraps this match all, because match all is an iterator, and I ran across something very weird where sometimes it's almost like it returns a promise, but it's not a promise. And so sometimes I was getting the result and it was returning before it had processed everything. And so it would return null if it hadn't finished processing. And so this kind of forces it through an iterator and returns the values that we're expecting. And so we go, now you're an array. That's what that does. It switches the iterator into an array as long as it exists. So assuming it didn't fail, we go into the first item. There should only be one item in this scenario. And as long as that first item is there, we grab the groups. If for some reason we don't get all of that, we just return an empty object, and then search params takes, so inside groups, there should be 3 items, an address, and actually I need to go back to constants to show this. So maybe I'll open the actual file for this one too. Okay, so these are named groups inside the regex. So we get the protocol from here. So it's dash right here, but I may modify this or make another function so that we can also support, right now this won't support it, and so we'll have to add it. But in this example that CoolAJ86 made, there should be support for this kind of URL as well, which would open in our app. It's saying example, but this would essentially open in the app we're working on here, the wallet UI. So this URL will not be supported by that, but this one should. So that should be supported with just a colon, and then this one up here should also be supported. It has the colon and an address before everything. And then, oh, actually, I'm not sure if this one will be supported. I think we should enforce the question mark. I don't know if this is a typo. I'll verify that. But right now, I think the question mark before these is required. And so this would actually fail right now. So I'll verify that with AJ, and we might need to tweak it at some point. But regardless, if you paste something like this in and run it through this URI, it will grab the protocol. So right here it's dash. So we probably need to make the exception for HTTP or HTTPS as well. And it also checks if it has the web plus, but it doesn't store that value. So when we run the regex, it'll get a group of protocol, it will get a group of address, and it will get a group of params. And so params is just anything after the question mark. So that's why this would fail right here, is there's no question mark to start it off. But this one would be fine. And I mean, we don't support this yet, but that would also work. So as long as there's the question mark, all the params would be filled out after that. And so this returns, let's go back to, what was it, utils, I think. So that returns a groups with address, protocol, and params. And we then take that object and we go, hey, give us the params, and we run it through that URL search params, and that just parses the string into more of an object that we can interact with easier. We then log it, and we use the parsed URI address if it exists and set it there. And so that correlates to this right here. If you define an address, so if you define that address, that's what this will be. It will be parsed from there. So that's the main changes there. And then I think there was a little bit changed with the parsed address field. Let me check here. That was utils. So that's parse dash URI. I guess we just removed stuff from the parsed address field. And then in generate share URI, this is the other changes. So we implement some of these changes, and instead of like it shows here, it was generating a new URL, and in case that was breaking too, I went ahead and removed this, and it's just a string, because essentially it was making a string anyways. This was a string right here, so I just removed the new URL wrapper, and now it just outputs the string. So I moved this new URL search params up a line here, so it's right here, and then URL search params has a toString method, so we convert it back to a string, and that's what gets returned for the QR claims now. Well, generate share URI, I should say. It's saying generate QR claims, but it's for the share URI. And so that's to go back. We implement that in add contact here. So if we go back to add contact, generate share URI is somewhere. So now this returns the string, and we used to have something here to convert it to string, but we don't need that anymore. So we just grab the string, and as far as I can tell, this is all working. So those are some of the things I fixed off stream, but earlier, since the last stream, essentially. And then y'all saw me commit these changes, and they were very tiny changes. So we want to get into send or request and actually get something sent. So I was looking through a bunch of the documentation for instant send, and I was really hoping Kool-Aid J86 would improve this further, but he didn't. He changed it, but I'm not happy with the changes. I asked for something that would make it more clear what I need to provide to instant send, and he just moved it. So unless any of these have been updated, this is what was in the example before. So he just moved it out into an issue. Is that right? Yeah. So that didn't help me at all. These examples, maybe I'll be able to make more sense of them now. I guess I have worked already, but I took a break between stuff because I didn't want to be too burnt out when I dived into this. So hopefully I'll be able to make sense of this now. And that's what we're going to be getting into, is actually trying to get this to send some funds. All right, let's get our wallet going. Let's grab one of the existing phrases. Gonna throw that into that alias. And remember that. And let's see. I also need another browser window. So this is also Brave, but it's the Brave normal edition instead of nightly. And we're gonna, let's see, go here and open that up. And we're gonna import a different recovery phrase here. We're going to call this one Mojo. Add, enter a password, remember. Okay, so now with these two set up, clear that out. I'm going to actually move this DevTools off screen. Just to keep it a little more simple. And we're gonna pair these wallets so they're paired. So we got to do that. Okay, so now we're seeing some of the changes I got to. So the QR code should look a little bit different, but one of the things I was testing was scanning the QR code on a mobile device, and it was having a lot of trouble. And after some tweaking, this seems to be working a lot better. And then this is the other thing I got to, is instead of a hidden input field, it's now a visible input field. And so you can click in here and, that's one of the downsides to forcing it to select, but I guess I was able to get out of that, because you can't like scroll to the end. But I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it too much for now. So we made that change. So we're going to copy this URI. Oh, wait, I want to start over already. I'm going to start over. One of the things I like to do is set the name first, because then that gets copied over. And then I also get to verify that it's copying over the name and the alias correctly. So let's see. Clear both of these out. So this should be empty again and empty again. All right. So let's import and import. So this one is JoJo. And password encrypt. And this one will be Mojo. And password and encrypt. And then before we pair, we want to add JoJo byte, save, and then Mojo JoJo, and save. So now we should have those profiles, and if we click new contact and new contact, and oh, the other thing we did. So now if you click, well, if you hover open QR code in new window, if you click that, boom, big old giant QR code, and it should make it easier to scan if you're having troubles. And I think it might be savable. I don't know. You might be able to save this. I'm not positive, but you might be able to save that. So let's copy this. We're gonna paste it here and make sure it did parse. It got the name, it got the alias. We're gonna copy this one, paste it here, got the name and the alias. We're gonna say add and add. Boom. Now we've got these wallets paired. And I'm going to go ahead and move this off to the side now. It might come back at, well, it will definitely come back at some point, but for now, I don't think I'm going to be needing it, because we need to work on this stuff. Let's see. So we need to get it so that once we do something like this and send, this dialog would actually trigger a for real send, which right now it doesn't do anything. It just cancels or sent, or it just closes. One way it gets canceled, one way it closes both. So it closed both because I clicked send, but if I did that again and I said 2, 3, and I do cancel, instead of closing both, it just goes back to this, which is what I'd expect for cancel. So that's expected. This is you done. But we probably need one more confirmation in there, like, hey, it's sent, good news type of thing. So we might do that eventually, but before that, I want to actually get it sending funds. So I need to kind of deep dive. I'm going to read through this and see if I can get it all figured out and sending. So yeah, and feel free to say hi, ask questions, tell me about your day. We'll chit chat. And maybe we'll get this working and testing an actual wallet. So, yeah. I may actually try to use what I helped cobble together for dash memo here, because I know it's doing similar stuff to what I'm blanking out. What am I thinking of? It does similar things to what Dash site is doing. It's even using, I think, some of Dash site, which is this stuff. But it was abstracted away a little bit more, and I had gone over some of this in the previous stream from earlier. I guess yesterday or something like that. Yeah, yesterday. So a lot of the magic that I was seeing when I was looking at this yesterday was Transfer Dash handled a lot of it. Where it wrapped this create dash transaction to get the signed thing. And so we dug into this a bit, where create dash transaction is defined, I think, down the page just a little bit there. And that uses get primary address, which is defined right here. So I've got most of this already implemented, or something that should suffice. So we've got inside of either wallet or utils. I'm thinking it's utils. Yeah, so derived wallet data is essentially the same thing as get primary address. And so, as we might be able to see, we grab the recovery phrase, which this is the wallet phrase here, which is defined right here. So we either grab from environment here. We're not doing that in this wallet because the phrase is not something we're hard coding. The phrase is generated for you or imported by you and stored in the storage of the browser. So it takes the phrase to seed, and as you might be able to see here, if there's no phrase, we generate it. So that gives us the same thing, or roughly the same thing as the from seed, I think. Otherwise, we take, let's see, if it's an xpriv or xpub, we import it like that, so from xkey, or we do this to seed, and so that's the same as that. So we get the seed, we derive the wallet from seed. So that's what I'm saying. Most of this is done. I don't need to re-implement this specifically. I think I've even got all of these values. These are the only ones I'm thinking that might be needed. So, let's see. So we've got dash HD to address public key. That is right here. So, and then it takes address to PKH. We're not doing that, so we might need to add that one. Yeah, we don't have that. We might need that, and that is used by this bytes to hex. So let's copy those. I'm gonna assume, so address to PKH is based on the primary address. So let's define this up here. I'm going to do let that, and I'm probably going to rename these two. And apparently we're not using dash keys. Interesting. But we have it, thankfully. So that would grab primary address like so. I think PKH stands for private key hash. Pub key hash. Okay, so I'm going to call it that instead. So let's do pub key hash, like so. Then we do that. And this. Okay, so that gives us change output. All right, so we were looking over this, but I think that's the only change from what we were doing. I mean, it's also derived, so it's using derived path, and I think we're doing, what is it? Count index. So we do derive account. And then we do derive address index. So we do that, but I think some of that is handled by derive path. So we're skipping that, but I don't think that matters that much. And I suppose we might need to output these. And when I add this, I'm thinking it's going to freak out a little bit because I don't have types set up for them. So, going to need to go into our types.js file. And we're gonna, where did we put them? Doesn't matter that much, but right, I'm going to put them at the bottom there, and then at the bottom here. Well, I don't like that. And I'm guessing that we need to import dash keys and something from here. Let's see if it, hey, look at that. public key hash. Guessing this is at least one of them. Public key to public key hash. Base 58 check pub key hash parts. Address to pub key hash. I don't know if that's going to be right. It's certainly complaining. It's not assignable to pub key hash. uint8 array is not assignable to type address to pub key hash. And this one is just a string? Okay. It's not complaining, so I guess we didn't need those. Might leave them for now, just in case we do need them in the future. Okay. So that did that. And then this kind of redoes that, just in case you specified a different address to send to. So we might need to do that. All right, Satoshis from amount. Amount defaults to 0. So we get amount here from transfer dash. So I think we'd have to go in here where it's implemented. And amount is data amount. And all of that is connected to this. Okay, so let's back up again and see. So it allows you to override the amount, but I think we're defaulting to whatever the minimum is. So most likely, given amount is 0, all right, the amount is 0. So defaults to 0. So 0 to sats. Memo hex. Not concerned about memo right now. We need 2 UTXOs. So that is our from address, our sender address. So get UTXOs for the primary, for the sender address. we have a pub key hash and the Satoshis are greater than 0, we add a recipient. Why isn't that? That's weird. That's what I wanted highlighted. I don't know why it doesn't change correctly or easily. Am I not using this anywhere else? Okay, so we're using the primary public key hash in the change output. So that's what that's needed for. Otherwise, we use the pub key hash for the address. Okay, so that's everything that happens for create dash transaction, which gets used by transfer dash. And transfer dash gets implemented here. Right there. So we get the transaction hex. And then handle submit, assuming we have the transaction hex. We create client memo, which I'm assuming does the instant send. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's right, that's right. Now I remember. Okay, so create client memo, what it did, and right after that, it then shows the modal for that ref, which opens up this broadcast thing, I think. Then in broadcast, it grabs that transaction info and does broadcast client memo. And that does the instant send. So that's where instant send is implemented. But I suppose we've also got instant send defined somewhere here. Right there. So I'm thinking I understand enough about what's happening here that we can attempt this. It looks like we're not actually using dash site at all. Well, we've got it installed. Okay, so we're not actually using the package dash site. We skipped that. And I think that must be a holdover from what Kool-Aid J86 did, because this was based on code he had written. So I think he just eliminated the dash site requirement. What I can't recall is I think dash site has some WebSocket stuff, but I'm not positive. That may have actually been CrowdNode. Because, yeah, so there's that socket base URL for socket.io. So window listen dash socket to that. So we can listen to events. All right, so assuming this would work, it may be useful. Let's see. So listen. So I think I had used some of the socket stuff for CrowdNode UI. Have that open again. Close that. Too many windows. I don't recall why I had this open. But this is the library that I wanted to check. Let's see. Isn't there? Yeah, that's what I want. So 4 months ago, 4 months, 10 commits ahead of master. So I'm going to assume that's the branch I want. June 9th versus June 20th. Okay. So dash socket, that's what I'm looking for. So wallet funding, wait for Vout. So we might want something implemented like this. But if I recall correctly, the other problem is it doesn't let you just leave it open. So what I actually want to use dash socket for where the heck was that? Gosh darn it. Lost track. I don't think I need this open right now. What the heck? Completely lost my place. That's what I wanted. I didn't remember leaving that. Okay, so dash socket, this return await thing. It would be a lot more handy if we could just open a socket connection and have it open, and if it's open and your address comes through, we can just update. That would make the wallet feel a lot more responsive. Just like if you have a normal wallet, you don't expect to have to need to refresh your wallet manually to get updates about the value. But without a socket connection like that, that's what we'd have to do. Or we have to build a timeout or a timer that probably in a service worker that just checks like on a cron job, basically. I don't know, every 15 minutes. I don't know what's realistic. It would essentially just check every so often, maybe 5 minutes, 15, an hour, I don't know, but just go, hey, are any of the addresses that are cached, which to show what I'm talking about here, we've got this list in here of addresses. These addresses have this insight right here. So the updated @ we would build a service worker that essentially runs every, like I said, let's say 15 minutes for this example. So every 15 minutes it goes, hey, is this updated @ like older than an hour? Okay, let's update again, type of thing. So we could have that, but we would literally be just triggering all of this again. It would be a lot nicer if we can let's see. I mean, WS listen is there. Oh, wait. That's what this is what I discovered before. So WS listen is there, but it also returns a promise. And so I think it's been long enough that I've worked on this that I don't remember exactly, but I think that it would need a refactor to get access to it and just leave it open. Like, I think even this is meant to, like, watch for something, and as soon as it happens, it closes. But we don't want that. So base URL, address, amount. Like, unless this await thing, let's see. So it does listen for response, await WS listen, find response. And find response goes if TX or TX lock includes event name, return. Otherwise, mempool TX, where's that come from? Exists and has a timestamp. Okay. Otherwise, data vout sum should fetch transaction and match hot wallet as Vin. So maybe if I can get access to just the WS listen and define our own find response, we could just make sure it never finds the response. Or I suppose anytime it finds the response, we could just start a new one. It just seems kind of annoying. WS init catch, WS create, object assign, options, on message, okay, so create does EIO3 dash socket connect. It's gotta have init in there somewhere. There it is. WSC init. So it does the connection, all of that. Connect WS. Add event listener message. WS on close. On message. Okay, so I might be able to just do the WSC or WS create and skip those other ones. That might work. Let's see if I've got dash socket in here already. Dash socket right there. So we've got dash socket in here.
It's quiet. Too quiet. I'll check it out.
But it's only referenced in imports right now. So we would likely be in main here. And do I not use imports in here? I suppose maybe we could do it in the wallet JS. I think this might be a false positive. So it's saying in node modules dash site dash socket ws create. So ws is applied to dash socket. Oh, maybe. Wait. Ah, that's interesting.
There's one more to go. I'll go it alone from here. Never give up. Trust your instincts.
Right on message, try result, await find. So I'm going to comment all of that out for now. Okay, so init is returning an async function, and that is how it is doing the catch here. So I might add this. I'm gonna copy it. So create. All right. I might regret this, but I'm gonna try it. See what happens. Let's say 15, 1, 2, 3. Should be 15 seconds. And I'm going to say dash socket dot close. In case it's like drinking from the fire hose, I want a timeout. Since I haven't tested this before, hopefully this will work. So let's test this. Error. Wallet.js. Cannot read properties of undefined reading create at wallet. 15. So that's there. Let me see if maybe it's freaking out and shouldn't be. Or maybe, where's it, imports? Yeah, that's right. Dash socket is window dash socket. So it's being done. That's annoying. Okay, so this error I don't think is right. I'm gonna do the responsible thing and add a TS ignore. Which is what everyone should do. And your type hinting is wrong. All right. Hey, look at that. Well, actually, I don't know what I'm looking at. Access fetch from origin has been blocked by course. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. If an opaque response serves your needs, set the request mode to no course. Okay. Let's see. So I know in CrowdNode. Well, actually, I don't know. I can't recall if I did something for cores in CrowdNode. It doesn't look like it. So this is the code for CrowdNode, and we've got a cores thing here, but for socket, I suppose I could try. I don't know if we have a socket IO server running, but even though I know CrowdNode was using the socket stuff, so it was working in development while I was testing this. But I'm not sure what or if I set anything for this. I don't think I did. Socket base URL. Is this in? CrowdNode UI. Doesn't look like I'm adding cross origin anywhere else other than on this manifest. Hmm. So what's it saying? Insight-org moved permanently. Oh, hey, I guess I just needed to specify that, and it's working. Sweet. And it killed itself after 15 seconds. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Well, color me excited. So I'll be able to use this. And I suppose I would need to check the vouts. Is that what would happen? Let me, I'm gonna increase this time. So let's see, 15 was 15 seconds. Let's do 60 for a minute. Although maybe I'm gonna move it. I might move all of this. So I might grab this just so all that other stuff gets done first and add it to the bottom here. Whoops. All right. So this, I want to make sure that, well, not make sure. I want to see if there's a way to actually send to this WebSocket or if it's listen only. So that's what I'm looking for real quick here. If it is listen only, that's not a big deal to me. I guess it has WS send right there. So I think it's not listen only. As long as that's returned, we should be able to send messages. I don't know what messages are allowed to be sent though. So I'm probably not going to send anything to it. Like this is just like ping stuff, I think, of establishing the connection. Okay, all right, so I'm going to look in here real quick. To see how so listen, find. So that's how it does the find with the event name and data. So I want to go to this next listen one, and it does find response. So if it's not a TX lock, TX or TX lock, it ends. Okay, so that's where mempool TX gets set. So if event name is not TX lock, mempool TX. So let me wrap my mind around this real quick. So you wouldn't get, what is it? I know I saw Maybe it was the last time. Let's refresh and see if we see it this time. Okay, so I believe one of the previous times we saw a block on message. And I don't know what other options there are, but that's just there you go, block. So that's an example of we don't really need to care about that. So it's saying if it's not either of these, go ahead and return. Otherwise, we check now if there is a mempool TX and a timestamp. We say now is minus the timestamp is greater than max TX lock, which is 3000 by default. And we return otherwise we go data vout sum adder and vout. Okay. So if the address is not in the vout, we return. Otherwise, we say duffs is equal to the vout adder. So let's look at one of these. Vout. So that's what we're checking out in here is the address that was specified for this function. So address is that in this list. That's what it's checking. So in the instance that it is, this does not return false, and you get down to here, and then the vout adder. Okay, so you find the address, and that's how you get the duffs. So if amount and duffs is not equal to amount, return false, which we don't need to worry about this right now. And the new TX adder timestamp now. Transaction ID Satoshis is duffs. Transaction lock. Data TX lock. If TX lock is not the event name, and there's no mempool transaction, I don't actually know what the mempool transaction is for. And otherwise, result is equal to new transaction. So I think what I could do here is what does sum do? I don't know if I've ever used the sum. I don't know, let's see. I've used filter, I've used for each, splice. Okay, so the sum method instances tests whether at least one element in the array passes the test implemented by the provided function. It returns true if in the array it finds an element for which the provided So there's no need to do sum for this though, because he's not actually grabbing the return value. Unless there's like something Cool Age 86 knows about that makes that more efficient or something. I don't think sum is actually necessary here. So let's see. I'm going to grab this. I'm gonna grab almost everything from here real quick. Then I'm gonna go back here. And up to the top, so on message. I'm gonna drop this at the bottom. So this is event name, mempool timestamp. I'm not going to worry about that for now since I don't really know what it does. Now, this might be a good reason to not define it here. Or to wrap it in something. So instead of what I just did, let's wrap it. I'm gonna cut that, go back up here to there, and gonna do that and say function export function init. Or an async function init dash socket app state. Okay. Let me see. Is it app state that I want to do? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say app state in wallet. let adder equal wallet dot address, I think should be there. Based on, yep, that. And disable this for now. Actually, I'm just going to disable the amount part because it does potentially return the duffs. I'm going to disable this since I don't know what it does. And I don't think we need to return true there. We don't. Let's see. Right, I think that might work. And then we would need to do, so now this shouldn't do anything. What's going on? Why is it showing this, but I can't? Oh, derp. I was on the wrong thing. That's why. Makes more sense. Okay, so if I refresh, because I've wrapped it in init dash socket, it should not start the socket server because I haven't implemented this yet. Yep, so no sockets. So now we need to go into main. And we're gonna add, I think that was in wallet, right? Looks right. I might move this to the top. Right, so init dash socket. And I'm gonna come down here. So after this, maybe I'll just add it at the bottom actually. So after everything else, I'm gonna do init dash socket and app state, which is not being used, and wallet. And maybe before I finish. There's socket. Return dash socket. Okay. Or do I want to return that? So init does connect, set ping, on close. Okay, I don't want to do that. I want that. And in reality, I will change this function more in a bit, but what I most want to see is on message check for adder. Okay. Let's refresh. Looks like it started again. Found main address. That doesn't seem right. I don't believe that. If result timeout's still in there, so I might actually just want to do this. And then new transaction. Okay, so I might want to quiet this down now that I've seen what's coming through and know roughly what to expect. I might only want to see the ones I want. So all of that was for the purpose of I should be able to send some funds to to the main address of this wallet now, and this, well, maybe I should do that real quick. And then it would automatically update. So what I am doing already is I think it would be better to define the functionality out there. So I'm going to probably wouldn't even need wallet at this point. I'm going to say events is equal to that. I'd probably do Exactly what I just showed. This is the defaults. Um, So I want, let's see, Duff's. I have in utils, I guess it must be in utils here. So 2 dash, so Duff's, 2 dash Duff's divided by Duff's equals 2 dash string. Fix dash. So I think I want this one. And I'm guessing I'm not implementing it. I think that was here. Is that right? 2 dash. Okay. So right, so if we have that, we would then want wallet funds balance. Something like this. Dash balance restate. Plus new transaction dash. But that's complaining because we actually want this one. I think that might work. Guess we'll find out. right, we're gonna try to put a small amount of funds in here. So I want to find the 00 index. Zero zero, this one. So I'm going to send to this index. Let's see, I want it to be a small amount. Let's do that. A2, that address. Let's check, and yeah, it looks like the socket's up. That's good. Okay. So I'm gonna say, let's see. Okay, let's see if this works. I might refresh once before since it's been up. Let's see. Okay. Sockets is up, I think. Maybe not. Is it up? That's what I want. I think. No? That's what I want. The messages. Okay. So, right. Send. Let's see. Got to do something here. Okay. Sending. Ooh, something happened. Well, look at that. Found something. Okay, so it definitely hit. Found main address. Satoshi's. Okay, well, clearly something broke, but... Oh, look, that's why it broke. It included the dash mark. All right. So let's go back to, was it utils? So I don't think we want 2- string. We want 2-. Okay, so let's do 2- instead of the string one. Save. Let's go ahead and refresh. Now, that's not going to be right because we broke some stuff. Oh, I mean, we didn't break stuff. Kind of want to. Can I edit this? This is, I think, my least favorite thing about local forage. So let me see if I can local forage dot get item. Oh wait, I need some way to target the specific database. Store name, that's what I want. I guess it might be easier to just like open up the DB thing here and copy this if it works. So I want to access addresses. So if I copy that and paste that here, and then also copy that and drop that there. Okay, so name, description, version, addresses. Dot get item. Okay. So I want it to update. That's why I'm messing with this. So I'm going to try to do, let's see. I think this should get it to update. Oh my gosh! Oh, I hate when that happens. That's my stupid fault for writing it there. I'm not going to do that again. Oh my gosh. Let current adder equal that. Come on, just JS. Thank you. All right. Even at this point, I might as well just say, okay, so with this setup, oh my gosh, go away. So this should have updated. I'm gonna copy this address and refresh. So now updated at is 0, and if we refresh, it should update. So refresh. Boom. Okay, so now that that's updated, I'm going to try sending again and see if it works this time. Okay, let me try this again. So I'm gonna try to send less this time. Select that. Subtract. All right. And let's resize this so it's a little easier to watch. And I'm gonna clear that. And send. Huh. Okay, something still went wrong. Why? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Okay, it went wrong this time because it still returned a string. This is bane of my existence right now. Glad I made this. Okay, let's test this out again. But first, get the right freaking thing. So 2 fixed, is that why it's coming through as a string? A string representing a number. Okay. Well, I know what I'm gonna do this time. All right, so dash, that should give us an actual number this time. Then balance should be able to be added to dash. Okay, I think this should work this time. So I am gonna see, clear and refresh. Right, and let's see. Send again. Okay, and send. Okay, look at that. It actually updated. It's the wrong number, but it updated. I think it should be more than that. So what happened here? It had -009 whatever. So it added it twice. That because one got a lock. So maybe I will change this. Okay, so now instead of updating on transactions, it should only update when it's locked, so it won't add it twice. However, that value should have been more. So I'm gonna do that reset again. And this time I'm gonna do await that. Not that I think it matters that much. Okay, so refresh, do that. It should be updated now, and if I refresh again, yeah, see, it should have added. So something went haywire when it tried to add to the wallet funds balance. Maybe I will remove this. Oh, that probably doesn't help. So dash balance render. I don't think I actually need to do that. I'm setting it here. But also, I think all this needs to do is that, because wallet funds all the way up at the top has this state listener. So when the balance changes, it should restate already. So let's see if this works. All right, so it should be more than 0.011. I send some more here, so let's see. Okay, well, it said updated balance that time, but I haven't done anything for a little bit. All right, so let's click send. Dot 12. Okay, that's right. Cool. That time it was right. I don't know why it was freaking out that last time before that, but that actually looks right. Cool. So what we will eventually need to do here is not just check for we don't want to check just for one single address like I am right now. We're going to want to check for every address in this list here. So all of these addresses, actually, all of these addresses, all 40 of them, and there will be more at some point, as the socket changes, we're going to need to check those. But for now, I've got some funds in this wallet, which is what I needed. And we've got this functioning. I might actually go ahead and commit what we've got here. And before I forget, I'm going to copy this and take it into, is it wallet that does the stuff? Database setup. Yeah, so in here, so now I can do that a little bit easier. And I think I can. I might copy this for now. Close that. All right. So I've got that saved. Cool. Let's see here. That was an unintentional sidetrack there. It's something we needed that I hadn't been thinking about, but now we really do have some funds in this wallet. We can get to testing, trying to send some funds. So let me resize this again. Right, so I'm looking at this because it uses this create legacy transaction, and I'm trying to see that in comparison to what this recommends, which is -tx, you create, and then you hash and sign all with keys, core UTXOs. So there is hash and sign all. Which is returned with the create. Hash and sign all. That's 628. Let's start there. 628. Create signed. So what I'm not understanding here is this is one of the newer things we've done. So I don't know why we used create the legacy create transaction thing. When the library for dash site is recommending hash and sign all. That's right. The other thing I wanted to check was this create method. So create my utils, tx utils. That's what I'm looking for, I think. Equal to tx utils. That was right there, to public key. So to public key is defined here and tries to use the Noble SecP 256K1 from dash incubator. Is compressed, true, so pub key. So that is there. And this is one of the things that was annoying me about the example, is it's showing that you can provide this and override, which is awesome that you can override it, but it's so much extra to look at. I think each one of these don't need to be provided. So I think sign is also there. Let's check. Expecting a tx.sign. There we go. So SecP256K1. And that matches. So I don't need to provide any of these.
cabelos cor de mel singela, seu nome é Mabel, é uma menina cheia de vida. Se vamos para a praia, não esquece a sandália e se olha pro céu. Se pudesse organizava a estrela. Se a casa está vazia um dia, também vou ficar e te ver crescer. Me faz tão feliz saber que você é você. Com cabelos cor de mel singela, seu nome é Mabel, é uma menina cheia de vida. Se vamos para a praia, não esquece a sandália e se olha pro céu. Se pudesse organizava a estrela. Se a casa está vazia um dia, também vou ficar e te ver crescer. Me faz tão feliz saber que você é você. Que você é você.
Have I freaking been talking and muted this whole time? I don't know how long I've been muted, but I just realized my mic was muted. So if I've been silent a while, I've actually been talking. My apologies. So this gets the keys from Hex and does a U8. To U8. Wasn't the types here uint8 array? So couldn't I just return that? Or my equivalent of that? So hash bytes. Maybe I don't want to do that. Let's switch this already. So I'm going to do this instead. Since it looks like this address is only used here. So we send a transaction from wallet to recipient for the amount hmm. Let's refresh. No errors yet. So let's say, grab that. Wallet is send TX. Or do we want it there? Probably not. Let's see. The confirm. Maybe I will import it here and then I'll pass it through. Let's see. Send or confirm. Okay, so send TX and then in here, send TX. Ah, I'm glad I didn't remove that wallet. But like, yeah, it is there. Good, good. So let's see what we got here. If send, if out wallet, derive, blah, blah, blah. So from wallet will be wallet, I think. Recipient will be, so I could either do address or send wallet. Let's do address. And amount will be state amount or 0. Well, no, let's do state amount. If state amount is greater than 0, then state amount. And we could move this right there. Okay. Okay. Gonna comment that out for now. All right. Let's do some damage. This should be interesting. Why didn't that work? There we go. Okay. So, send. Oh, wait. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's bring this guy over. Yeah? Refresh. Okay. All right. Pause. Cool. AJ86 responded to me. He said, don't use pub key hash. All right, so I'm thinking we're not going to need those right now. All right, my apologies. I've been talking to Cool AJ86 and I still don't know what the private key is. So we're going to try some stuff and see if it works. We might need to restore this. Oh my gosh. So what I'm going to try is this address key. Actually, before I do this, all right, let's try this out. Oh, that's right. I was going to, where'd that go? There it is. All right, we've got that refreshed and this refreshed. Let's shift this a little bit. See if we can keep it so we can see the balance. All right, send to there. We've got 0.0. Let's do 0. See how low we can go. So that would be 3, 4, 5. So let's say, let's see if this will send. Well, I guess it will be creating a transaction. And clear that. Cannot read undefined. -tx create. Oof. It's acting like it's defined. Sure enough, it is undefined. Why is that undefined? Added it to imports. Global this dash tx. Dash tx. Oh my gosh. Pretty sure I know what's going on. It's been a problem for every freaking one of these packages. Mm. Uh, Cannot read properties of undefined address. Really? Is from wallet undefined? From wallet should be defined. Set to wallet, which is grabbed there. So what? It's also set in the state. So there should be a state wallet as well. Let's try that. Undefined. Why is it undefined? What about wallet here? Undefined. All right. So wallet is undefined for some reason. It shouldn't be. It is set up in both of them to be there. Oh my gosh. Dash TX doesn't even work in browser. It needs freaking updates to work in browser. Ah! Oh my gosh. Mm. All right, let's see if this complains. Otherwise, we will need PRs literally to these other repositories just to get this working. In which case, I'm going to be done for the day and it's not going to get working. Require is not defined. You don't freaking say. Uh... Mm. Oh my gosh. Freaking select stupid thing. So core UTXOs gets that. Address, output, index, Satoshi's, script, TXID. That's what's shown right here. Oh man. Expected 32 bytes of private key. All right, let's assume it's not that private key then. So X key derive address. That's what I'm freaking using. Expected 32 bytes of private key. X key, derive address index. X key, derive address index is address key. Address key has a public key. Would you look at that? Maybe that worked. I don't know, because I expected a TX hex to be not undefined, but it didn't error that time. Oh my gosh. Finally? Ugh. Oh my gosh. So, looks like we created a transaction. Oh. All right. Hail Mary time. Let's send that transaction and see if we get it. Let's refresh this over here. I'm gonna resize this a little bit and this a little bit. And refresh, clear, send. One. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, shocking. Bad request. Go figure. Was not 400. Wait, was 400. Not okay. See error response. Absurdly high fee. Awesome. Cool. Good times. I don't know what an absurdly high fee is. Well, you're just in time. I got the transaction building. But yeah, apparently there's an absurdly high fee. And I don't know why. And I don't know what that does. Or why it throws a 400 error. Or how to define a fee. So in the legacy create transaction, we had a change output, but I didn't see a change output option for this. Output index, script address, Satoshis. All right, maybe he defines them in one of these examples. Hey, look, base fee. Oh my gosh. Are you freaking kidding me? Where is it used? So a bunch of fee stuff is defined. But it's not used. Is this it? Hmm. There's the change address. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. This looks like it's not right because output slice would be slicing outputs already. Does slice return an array? I gotta look this up. Slice returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array. Okay, so it does return an array. Okay. Not splice, no. Okay. So slice, why slice it? Output slice, and then if change, tx output slice. Mumbling to myself. Oh, the music. It's a shorter playlist. I'll start it again. I'll start a different playlist. All right. I'm gonna just try this since it's not sending anymore. I'm gonna see if it's got more information.
We're entering Corneria City now.
Clear, send.
All aircraft report. Falco here. I'm fine. This is Peppy.
Okay, it generated the hex at the very least. Hoping that's a good sign.
Check your G-diffuser system.
And let's see. I actually want to keep this one up so I can reference it. So I'm going to open a new tab with it as well. And then we can compare the two. So decode. All right, and I'm gonna pull this one off to the side here.
Everybody stay alert. It's quiet. Too quiet. I'll check it out.
Right, so block height, confirmations, double spend, fees. Oh, look at that. Fees is that versus fees is 670.
I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll. Surprise attack coming from above.
There's two outputs this time. Which is our address. So I think that's the change address this time. I'm understanding that correctly. So it sends the small amount and then returns the funds to the change address. Oh, look at that, preference high instead of preference low. Let's try this out. That looks like a much better result here. I'm gonna close that and re-enable this. And we will see if this works better this time. Refresh. And since this might actually send this time, let's refresh this one too. Send. Come on. Send. I'm gonna clear this and send. Ah, gosh, dang it. Why? Mandatory script verify flag failed. Script failed in OP equal verify operation. Oh my gosh.
You did good, Fox. We are in your debt. Roger, General.
Right, so this is the one that tried to send. It still has the two outputs. It has the preference low this time instead of high. Has the lower fee rather than that fee. So, mandatory script verify flag failed. There are two rules that must be satisfied. The hash of the public key must match a certain value. A failure here means you have the wrong key or no key. The signature must be valid for the message and public key. The signature must be valid for the message and public key. Issue behind it is that I am signing with an erroneous key which wasn't related to UTXO. I had the backup. I had to back up the key tied to the UTXO. So even though I finally found a key that worked, it's probably not the right key. That's the gist. That's what I'm getting. Ah! Gosh, dang it. Did I try this? Because I want to try it and see what happens. So I'm going to try that one. And I am going to disable the send again, because if the transaction won't build, it's obviously not right anyway. So, okay, let's refresh. Send to Mojo 0.0001. Send. Okay, it's not the right one. Cannot read properties of undefined reading for each. All right, let's see what that does. Oh, wait, no. That. Let's see what that does. Verify is not a function. Oh my gosh. What expected a string? Buffer is not defined. Ah! Where is it using buffer? Right there? Alright, what do I need freaking here? Okay, I want to test this one. Because I don't think this is going to be right. I mean, maybe it... So using this, it would become encoded, and then that would make sense to use that. But all I'm trying to get is a freaking private key. See, but this just makes me think I should only need that. But it's not working. Because this width is being read from the command line or from a file, if I'm not mistaken. So you've got to convert the width back to a private key. But I should already have the private key, but every private key I've tried blows up. Read properties of undefined reading for each. Bytes to hex. cannot read properties of undefined reading for each. And that's trying to do bytes to hex on this private key. The only private key that worked with it was the X key one. So I think this is what worked and would generate at least the transaction, even though it wouldn't send. Let's verify that again. Maybe it was something else. F my life. X key, private key. Okay, that was the solution that actually generates a transaction hex, but it won't send. And the errors that we got were because we used somehow the wrong private key. So is there another private key that we might have access to? So we're trying to use the X key, and that's the one that generates something correct. So X key looks like that with versions. We tried the address key, that didn't work. So maybe we can try the derived wallet. So let's see. That has a private key. X key has a private key. So derived wallet has a private key, and account has a private key. All right, so I'm going to try each one of those and see if one of their private keys will actually work. So which one happens first? Is it account, derived wallet? Was derived one? It was, wasn't it? Derived wallet. Yep. Okay, so let's say derived wallet, private key. Okay, that one didn't error. That is the very top level. Let's go ahead and enable that and see what happens. Pull this up again. Send to Mojo. And error. So that's the very base level. I don't think I can get lower than that with the private key. And what did we get? Failed. Same error. I think. I'm pretty sure that was the same error. Okay. Let's try the account one. I think these are the only two we haven't tried so far. So send shocker. All right. Well, I've tried every private key that I can find, that I know of. I suppose instead of that, though, I could come, let's see. I could try that and see what happens here. But I'm gonna re-disable this since it is a change. Okay, send there. Error. That doesn't surprise me. Hey, that worked. I don't know if it should have, but it worked. I don't want to try that level though. I can't recall if I tried that before. I want to try address key again and make sure this doesn't work first before I try any of those others. So send. Okay, that worked in this scenario. Let's re-enable send and see if this works. And pull this up. Oh, snap. Did that work? I think that worked. But the reason it's not showing here, let's see. Which address? So we found main. Let's see. So send to transaction ID. Let's find this transaction. Or wait. So outgoing. No, that's not what I want. Instant send result is what I wanted. TXID. But I want which address we sent to. So that should be outputs, the first one. Here's my freaking window. That's what I wanted. Let's open a new one here. I want the transaction ID. Let's find this transaction ID. Actually, let's put that there. Okay. Oh, but no confirmations. That's bizarre. Oh, wait. That seems like it took a while to confirm. That's a little concerning. And this doubled, so I'm pretty sure when I refresh, it'll fix, but I need to... Let's see. I don't want to do this. I just kind of want to comment out the if stuff that is preventing it from updating. So I think it's in check wallet funds. So if insight res, if wallet. So I'm going to disable this for now so that I can refresh this one and it should update all of them. Hopefully. Okay. Yep. There we go. And then I want to do the same for this. And theoretically, one of these should have funds. Look at that. We got funds. Woo! Woo! Nothing updated smoothly, but it transferred. We got it in the wallet from one wallet to another using XPubs. All right. Holy bejeebies. Yeah, finally some progress. I'm gonna re-enable this before I forget because I'm basically done for now. Let's see if we can get what's working committed. We've got to update a bunch of packages here. This will not work on as it gets deployed yet because -tx needs an update. And so what gets installed is what gets NPM installed, and it doesn't have the modifications I just made to it. So we're going to have to get that updated for it to actually deploy this. But let's see. Right. Add missing NPM. Add missing. Needed. Add NPM modules that needed for transactions. I might actually commit staged amend to that last commit for those. What are we doing? That's not used anymore. I'm going to drop that. And nothing's happening there. Instead of commenting out just that stuff, I'm gonna comment out the whole thing, so like no extra function runs when it's not needed. I mean, it probably doesn't add any overhead as it's an empty function, but why have it run in the first place? Okay. Send transaction, wallet. I don't want to console log that anymore. Wallet funds balance. I'm going to leave those comments for now, as I'm still working on this and will be enough that it's worthwhile to keep them around for now. Key hash, priv key hash. And I don't need that anymore. Let's remove that. And I mean, not using those, not using any of them. But that's complaining now because types has those added, so I'm going to remove them. Okay, so we can remove those. And we're not even using dash keys in here anymore. Okay. So that eliminates the utils changes. So now, am I using any of these? Let's go to the actual file. So secp, nope. Base 58, nope. RipeMD, nope. using any of these that I was testing. Using those. It's not needed. Oh, hey, look, that function I originally had. Mother freaking. Just had to get it freaking set up right. Gosh darn it. I swear I had tried this. Or maybe I tried like the public key hash or something and it wasn't quite right. Okay, so that's cleaned up pretty well. Not using wallet there. TX res I want. I'm gonna leave those for now. And okay, let's see, fix, no, not fix, feature, none, sparkles. Send funds from main wallet to contact. And push. Okay. So yeah, I'm done for now. Got it at least partially working. We need to get -tx updated. I don't want to do this, but maybe I should. While it's fresh in my mind. Ugh. All right, -tx. Pretty sure I have it cloned, so let me find it real quick. Dash. Oh, maybe I don't have it cloned. So I think when I was doing the crowd node stuff, AJ may have actually been working on the -tx stuff, so I haven't actually interacted with it all that much. So I need to clone it. Let me do that real quick. CD dash. See, clone that. Git clone -tx. Could give us that. All right. So, oh man. So we need to come into here. And actually, I'm going to see if I can just copy and paste this and what that does. If it gets the changes well enough. Okay, so got the window base 58 check. Window noble. Yeah, that's what I needed. I don't know why that's complaining. Address to pub key is not assignable. Well, that was already there, so I think that's a pre-existing error. Just like that. I'm not fixing that. I do not have the energy to mess with that right now. Uh, let's see if I can push to there. Will work. No. Boo. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. Get remote V. What V? Oh, derp. I need to go to -tx. Get remote V. So I need to change this instead of. Ugh. Doesn't show you the SSH remote. Get, what is it? Is it set origin? Get set. Gosh darn it. Get set URL. I swear I've used that before. And yet it's not showing up like I have. So get set URL. URL. Is that right? There's get add. Origin. That. Let's see if that worked. All right. Let's try pushing again. Push to there. That looked like it may have worked. Maybe. Maybe not. Where did it push to? Oh wait, did I do that in the wrong browser? Yeah. Maybe that's why. That's a derp on my part. I moved the window. Pushed the wrong one. That's the window I was trying to do. Exit out of that. Stop it. Stop it. Push to there. There we go. You refresh here. Fix vanilla browser imports. All right. Let's move over the one I'm signed into here. Compare and pull. I don't know, maybe that's not a typo. Maybe transpiler isn't a word. Add reviewers, Cool AJ86. There you go. Gonna add both of them. Create pull request. Okay, I've made the pull request. Now it just needs to be approved and then merged, but I'm done for the day. I'm good. Oh my gosh, I've been working like 12 hours now. That's why I'm so tired. All right, so what am I trying to do? Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm trying to find. All right. Thanks everyone who tuned in. Please consider following, liking, subscribing, sharing, commenting, bippity boppity booping, I don't know, whatever. And I will catch you all next time.